Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 4th meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner.
Here in Ann Arbor still.
Thank you. Councilmember Dish.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Song.
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Grand.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Medina.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Iyer.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Briggs.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Present, Ann Arbor.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion, please, of the agenda. Councilmember Nelson.
I believe there's an item we need to vote on adding to the agenda. I mention it now because I think we tried this procedure at a previous meeting and this was the opportunity when it was supposed to be mentioned.
I added the item as DC5 because it had enough sponsors.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I was just going to highlight what was just highlighted, so there's no need for me to discuss it. Thank you.
Further discussion of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
No communications, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an introduction today, our monthly introduction from the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, the monthly update by Chair Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson, you have the comment.
Dr. Jackson should be joining momentarily.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lisa Jackson, and I'm the chair of Ann Arbor's Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. Since 1 week from today is National Coming Out Day and November is Transgender Awareness Month, I wanted to speak today about some of the work we've been doing to elevate the experience of our transgender community members in their interactions with the criminal legal system. After a request from local activist Michelle Hughes, we asked that the Ann Arbor Police Department institute a policy for interacting with transgender, non-binary people, and we're happy to report that such a policy became effective earlier this year. That policy indicates, among other things, that officers should ask people which pronouns they prefer, which would be useful in traffic stops. It also indicates that officers shall use a preferred name, even if not legally recognized, in any conversation with or in reference to transgender and non-binary individuals. That means that this behavior is the expectation, regardless of whether or not this interaction is an official stop. As this is a new policy, our commission has observed that there's still some room for growth in officers consistently abiding by these new standards. With that said, we've also observed that some of what we perceive as hesitancy on the part of officers is due to a fear that outright asking someone what their gender is could be considered offensive if that person isn't cisgendered, as if that person were cisgendered. This sentiment is understandable. We hope and we would like to avoid offending people when we can, but it also points to an area where we have room to improve. Tracking demographic information on police stops is one of the primary methods we use to evaluate if we're moving in a more equitable direction in our policing. So leaving officers feeling like they're better off assuming that the race, gender, or any other characteristic of a civilian, that they're going to make that assumption instead of verifying that information does all of us a disservice. And for that reason, it's incredibly important that officers have frequent, relevant training to ensure that they feel equipped to do this work in a way that best benefits the communities that they serve. In addition to training, we certainly feel that this effort would be significantly aided by work on the part of the city to ask civilians to be prepared to be asked these questions by police officers, as well as why it's so important that we're working with accurate information. Finally, trans voices have been painfully absent from these conversations. While we've had a lot of people spending a lot of time thinking about how to navigate these issues, there are some issues where we desperately need to hear from our trans community members. For example, while it's incredibly important that we know how many trans people are interacting with the police so we can determine the extent to which they're disproportionately targeted, perhaps, it's also likely that the case that many trans folk in our community would not feel safe disclosing that they're trans to a police officer. These people are then forced to choose between not being represented in data and feeling safe. And to be very, very clear, that's an unacceptable choice. That's why we need input from trans folks in our community on how we can make sure that they're being represented without putting them in a position where they feel like their safety is being jeopardized. So my ask tonight is that if you are a trans person, or if you happen to know a trans person who's interested in giving us feedback about how we can improve the experience of people in their interactions with the police, please get in touch with our commission. You can reach us by sending us a message on Twitter at A2IPOC, or you can email me at LJACKSONICPOC, that's ljacksonikpoc@gmail.com, or call our administrative office at 734-794-6291. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting your city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please enter your number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273. 2148, 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. At that time, it'll be your turn to speak, and you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Edward Vilmetti.
Edward Villetti, go ahead and unmute yourself. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I have a comment. My name is Edward Vilmetti. I live in the 4th Ward. My comment is regarding the agenda item that you have regarding public comment time. So this is spectacularly self-referential. I called in early to get on the agenda. It turns out I turned out first. I've also spoken last at long meetings. The process by which council picks the members of the public to speak at public comment time, reserve time, needs to be improved. It's fundamentally anti-democratic in that it has a bias peculiarly towards people who are up early in the morning, ready to call the clerk on a moment's notice. And it could be improved by a very simple process that's within the purview of this council to make a change to tonight. Currently, the clerk, by instruction from council, takes callers in the order that they called in the morning. And if someone dials in too late because they had been working the night before or slept in or were taking their kids to school or what have you, they're not on the agenda. And the proposed alternative would simply add the 2 words, or however many extra words you need to make this happen, at random from the pool of people who had called in before a certain time. That could be 1 o'clock, that could be 5 o'clock, whatever it is necessary for the clerk to do a random drawing of all eligible commenters, and therefore the person who happened to be awake at 8 a.m. Would not be unfairly advantaged from the person who had worked the midnight shift and didn't call in until 2 p.m. And this is on the agenda item for you for tonight to make other changes to public comment time. And I would encourage you either at this meeting or through the admin council to consider randomizing the draw of public commenters in order to improve fairness and improve democracy.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph McKee.
Hello, Ralph McKee.
Number
Can you hear me?
6.
Yes, we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. I'm speaking on DC4. I'm glad to see the Environmental Commission and this body recognize the important work done by Roger Rail and CARD to advocate for a better cleanup of the Gelman plume. As Roger noted in CARD communications, he's not alone. Many CARD members who you have heard from recently, like Beth Collins, Dan Bicknell, Vince Caruso, Mike Moran, council members Griswold and Hayner, and former council member Eaton, and many others, have worked hard on this problem and definitely deserve commendation. But I would like to remind you again that a big accomplishment of CARD convincing this body, Scioto Township, and the county to reject this proposed so-called Fourth Amended CJ was recently undone by Judge Connors with the tacit approval of our own attorneys, along with Scioto Council and the County Council. If you recall, at the beginning of the spring trial held via Zoom, Judge Connors' interrupted opening statement indicated that he favored imposing CJ4. Then he asked several people outside of council, including Roger Rail, A2 Township Trustee Mike Moran, Jack Eaton, and I, what we thought. All of us pointed out problems with proposed CJ4 and urged him to impose just the parts that the interveners wanted. The hearing was confusing, but near the end, Roger Rail made an eloquent speech advocating that the judge just order the good parts. The judge said, that's what we're going to do. Yet our own lawyers and counsel for Scioto and the county presented an order imposing the entire proposed CJ4. This was done without telling you about it and without asking Judge Connors to reconsider or clarify his ruling. That move effectively trashed the guts of CARD's recent advocacy, completely trashed it. The most polite term I would use is sellout. One of the biggest problems that CARD alerted you to was the possibility of Gelman dumping vast quantities of contaminated water into the lake, compromising the lake and surrounding wetlands. Now Gelman, per the court order, has applied for a permit to do that. You might say, well, the permit will be denied. I hope you're right. But the court order says that if the permit's denied, Gelman doesn't have to operate one of the major extraction wells. I assume our lawyers will ask the judge to make Gelman operate it anyway and dump the water elsewhere. Gelman's counsel will, of course, say, hey, judge, they presented that order. Make them obey it. 2 points. One, our own lawyers shouldn't ever take positions other than what you as a body told them to do, certainly not without consulting you about it. And two, every time something like that happens, citizen activists are demoralized and heartbroken. No commendation can make up for that. I'd also like to speak briefly about the breaking news about our Human Resources Director and our Deputy CA. Please hire an outside investigator and do a thorough investigation this time. And last but not least, Mr. Dan Adams is going to talk to you about sidewalks at Sunset. I encourage you to read the next door thread by a poster and a guy named Jim Barnard. The entire neighborhood is the opposite from what Mr. Adams will tell you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Bannister.
Ann Bannister?
Hello, this is
Bannister,
Ann
go ahead.
Bannister. Okay, Ann Bannister here, former city council member from Ward 1. I'm calling also to support DC3, the resolution to acknowledge Roger Rail and the Coalition for Action on Remediation of Dioxane, the CARD group, for their long-standing public service to monitor and protect residents of Ann Arbor from exposure to harmful chemicals in our freshwater sources. As the content of the resolution states, CARD grew out of a series of government-sponsored and citizen-led groups formed to watch over the Gelman dioxane contamination site and provide needed feedback. 25 years ago, Roger was a founding member of the SIO Residents for Safe Water, which was established to inform and educate residents on groundwater pollution and provide information to stakeholder groups. Roger Rail has also been a citizens member of the Intergovernmental Partnership Committee, IPC, and then in 2006, he was a founding member of the Coalition for Action on Remediation of Dioxane, also known as CARD, that superseded the Intergovernmental Partnership Committee. He has now served as chairperson of CARD since 2017, and they hold open, public, and welcoming monthly meetings to educate the community about the threats of the dioxane in the groundwater. And Roger Rail has personally exhibited leadership by collecting data and analyzing and sharing detailed information to help myself and other members of the community learn about the risks to water quality in the city and also in SIO Township and Ann Arbor Township. So Roger Rail continues to provide support to members of the community and local, state, and national elected officials, including advocating to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. I would like to thank the Ann Arbor Environmental Commission for commending Roger Rail and members of CARD for their long service to the community through professional activism and the use of scientific modeling. To quote from an email Mr. Rail sent to the CARD group this weekend, the Gelman dioxane persists. There's more work to be done, but this process reminds us how hard it is to keep track of the details for long-term issues like the Gelman site. How the Gelman dioxane issue works out depends a lot on an informed citizenry, and I, meaning Roger, have always believed that if enough people have the facts, the right things will happen. Thank you all and have a good meeting tonight. And lastly, I'd like to thank Heather Conway Hammond and her neighborhood on the Sunset Road for saving the trees.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Mr. Stolberg, phone number 534. You can unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor. I want to talk about a few different items, and I want to talk, well, it's been covered very well already about DC3, thanking Roger Rail and CARD, but I do want to emphasize, in addition to the wonderful work that Roger Rail has done, and I'd like to give him my personal thank you, but to thank the many, many citizens and council members who have worked for years on this issue. And I have faith in them that they'll be, unfortunately, working for a long time, but working on our behalf. And one of the wonderful things about Ann Arbor is how active our citizens are in terms of working for us as a community. I'd also like to talk about E4, which is a resolution on the source of Ann Arbor municipal drinking water. I'm going to pull out one whereas clause of that. Whereas the Ann Arbor Department of Water Services has been acknowledged as one of the best in the state of Michigan, traditionally being proactive in monitoring potential threats such as PFAS, parasitic microorganisms, and responding with timely improvements in treatment technology. I'd like to thank our water department. We have excellent staff there and excellent water quality. I understand there's reasons to look at and evaluate other scenarios, But I'm glad that it looks like we'll be sticking with our own water department, who's been doing a great job. So thanks to our citizens, thanks to our staff. I'd also like to mention the Banderman Barton Trail, DC4. I'm very much in favor of that. I have to admit that I'm selfishly in favor of that because as a cyclist, I use that. And I look forward to that. That's another wonderful thing about Ann Arbor is the things that we keep doing that are put forth by citizens and staff. And also in regards to that, there's the Sunset Project, the sidewalks there, where city staff, I'll read from the website, city staff have decided to delay work on the proposed sidewalk on Sunset. The purpose of delay is to plan this effort as a more holistic quarter-long project, which is the way to do something like that. It reminds me a lot of what happened on the north side. And had we done what we should have done at a very decisive moment on the north side and taken a holistic look at the project, we could have had better results. Unfortunately, as part of a much larger Lower Town mobility study, we've had consultants, professional consultants who have studied it. So at least in the long run, we're going to get a better result over here on the north side. In the words of the consultants, it'll be a great deal more safe. And it's unfortunate that there was vilifications of residents and council members, but the consultant study has vindicated those people. But most importantly, we will end up with a better solution for safety in our neighborhood. And so I hope that works for Sunset as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Adams.
Mr. Adams, phone number ending in 761. Can unmute your phone to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling in today to express my disagreement with the city's recent decision to not proceed with the long-planned Sunset portion of the Newport Sunset Sidewalk Gap project. The city's decision here was short-sighted. It's incompatible with the safety need on that corridor. And perhaps more importantly, it's a victory to the anti-change activists who've once again been allowed to set the agenda on a popular public policy initiative. When I voted to support the city's sidewalk millage last year, I did so with the hope and expectation that this new funding mechanism would speed up the work of filling the city's vast catalog of open sidewalk gaps. The city staff would finally have the money and the mandate to move with urgency and sidestep the obstructionism that Mr. McKee and Mr. Stolberg champion. We expect homeowners to fight sidewalks. We passed a millage to give them one less lever to pull to make every sidewalk into a bureaucratic rock fight. Now, instead of building a sidewalk next summer, we're going to contemplate a broader, more complex, more politically fraught project on that corridor. And while we figure out how to do that, any current or future child who lives on the north side of Sunset Road will have to continue to cross over the road, which is a fairly busy commuter cut through, just to have access to a sidewalk in Ann Arbor. That status quo is dangerous and demands action. But here we are again, choosing not to build a sidewalk we know we need in favor of a square the circle future plan that doesn't exist, isn't funded, and may never come to fruition. Given these prior speakers, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, this does remind me of what happened on the north side, and not in a good way, because this perfect killing the good logic is how sidewalk projects get killed in Ann Arbor. When the city walked away 2 years ago from the north side project, it did so with a number of council members stating on the record that while they supported sidewalks generally, they opposed this sidewalk project in particular because they wanted the city to, quote, go back to the drawing board to get a better project that would benefit from the recommendations of the mobility study. Now here we are 2 years later, and the Lower Town consultants have come back from that drawing board with the shocking revelation that we should probably try to fill in some of these sidewalk gaps by this school. That is bang your head on a desk advice that was paid for not just in city dollars, but by the pedestrians, parents, and kids who have been walking in the road with vehicle traffic for the last 2 years, and who will continue to walk on the road until we get around to actually building a sidewalk we could have built in 2019. During the North Side debates, Councilmember Grant got it exactly right. Quote, I understand the concerns of the neighbors.
Seconds.
I understand that the process has been imperfect, but I don't think that should be the enemy of the good, which in this case is the safety of our kids. Let's not do this again. Build a sidewalk on Sunset next summer with the plans and money you have, and then start the conversation about other projects. But alternatively, I ask that you bring the project in front of the council for a vote. This is an important issue. If another sidewalk project is going to die on the vine, it should die in public with an opportunity for the public to comment and with the votes on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Song.
I'd like to congratulate Jewish Family Services on their event yesterday. We had around 200 folks, including Congresswoman Dingle, Representative Robbie, the mayor, and myself. And this was in the inaugural event called Walk in Their Shoes. It was a fundraiser to support JFS's program to resettle a number of refugees coming to Ann Arbor and the Ann Arbor area. The expectation is to resettle 800 refugees in the coming months. One family actually arrived today and I was able to meet them. They are new Ward 2 residents. This is Jawad Sukanar's family. He is a fellow, he was a fellow at the Knights Wallace Fellowship Program here. A journalist, he was the New York Times longest serving reporter at the Kabul Bureau. He covered women's issues and human rights issues. Now he's here with his 4 children and his partner. I hope that as we continue to see more refugees being resettled in the area, we can look forward to seeing children in our public schools. I love seeing how community members are reaching out and making donations, bringing furniture, making sure folks are warmly welcomed. Yesterday at the event, I said, you know, in another generation's time, we will see these new Americans, Afghani Americans on city council and perhaps challenge the mayor for his seat. So I look forward to this new, I look forward to seeing how this will happen in the coming years, and I'll update you if, as more families are resettled. Thanks.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to quickly give an update to the community, as I've heard from a number of people who are really excited about and hopeful to serve on a renters commission here in the near future. I am working with staff and we're hoping that we'll have an application updated soon so that folks can begin filling that out. And we'll make sure that it is advertised far and wide so that folks know that they can apply and so that we can get a really diverse group of renters' perspectives on that body. And then I also just wanted, as kind of an update to my colleagues, given the addition to our resolution, I'm likely going to also be asking for an additional closed session tonight, just so that we all know that what we're voting on. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I don't know if you can see this very well. It is a little button that says virtual hugs. An elementary student created this and her older sister created the poster that says humankind be both. I ran into them this weekend and found that the little girl was hit by a car at an intersection on Huron a couple of weeks ago on the way to the farmer's market. The little girl was hit by an SUV. Fortunately, she was simply knocked unconscious. She was not dragged under the vehicle. As her older 6th grade sister said, I thought she was dead. But my dad came and picked her up and then she started breathing. She went to the hospital. She's okay with a few scrapes and bruises. I want to mention this because this is a personal situation for me, as most of the crashes in Ann Arbor are. What we heard tonight was more rhetoric, more dirty political posturing, instead of looking at how we can create safe passage for all of our users. It has to end. I'm tired of having a discussion about a sidewalk here and there when we don't have an overall plan based on data. We talk about Vision Zero, but from what I've seen, we simply use it again for political advantage. It must stop. We have crosswalks that have garbage cans, trash, vegetation blocking intersections. In the King School area, vegetation is 6 feet tall, blocking the crosswalk sign, blocking visibility to students, and we don't seem to care. I am pleading with this council publicly one more time. Let's have a coherent plan that focuses on improving safety rather than just dirty politics as we've had for over a decade. Thank you.
Further communications from council? I would like to recommend confirmation of the following appointment that was presented to City Council at the September 20 regular session meeting to the Economic Development Corporation Board. Larry Eiler, may I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Graham, second by Councilmember Eiler. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember Graham. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Amlani.
Thank you. Can I please pull CA5 out?
Further discussion of the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA5, please say aye. Opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA6. That is all. CA5, resolution to approve a construction contract with Granite Inliner LLC for the Nichols Arboretum Sanitary Sewer Lining Project in the amount of $1,734,293. Moved by Councilmember Amlawi, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of CA5. Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, thank you. I probably could have just commented on this without pulling it, but I just had to pull it if others wanted to discuss it as well. I'm pleased to see this. I'm concerned at the price tag associated with the relining of the sewers near and under the Arb. This has been a concern of many of our constituents of the 4 overflow discharges of raw sewage in the Arb as a result of deteriorating conditions carrying the sewage. And in fact, the last 18 months, we've had 4 different discharges resulting in nearly 2,000 gallons of untreated sewage. And I appreciate staff's response to the questions that I had, whether this would address those types of discharges, and they said yes. To the ones that have been a result of failing infrastructure. So this, I hope, gets the support of council, because we are seeing increased rates of this happening. But I am concerned about the nearly 60% increase that it's going to cost based on initial estimates. And my concerns still are there, although I know staff has said that this shouldn't be a concern with projects going forward, but with limited contractor supply and in price commodities, the price of commodities skyrocketing, whether we're going to be able to maintain our current plan of improvements. So hopefully it gets the support of council here tonight, but I do think we need to be aware of the inflationary pricing of these type of improvements going forward. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. We do not have any public hearings today, but we do have DC1 ordinance to add Chapter 104 Energy and Water Benchmarking to Title 8 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion, please, of C1. Ms. Beaudry.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt.
I did. I missed something. Thank you.
Yeah.
With council's acquiescence, we'll pretend I never said anything with respect to C1, and we will move on to A1. Thank you, Ms. Beaudry. A1, we have before us the special and work session minutes of September 13 and the regular session meeting minutes of September 20, both 2021. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Hayner, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of A1. All in favor? Opposed? A1 is approved as it ought to have been. C1, an ordinance to add Chapter 104, Energy and Water Benchmarking to Title 8 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I had a comment generally. I think this is it's an okay idea. It's in keeping with, everything that was described in the memo and the preamble to this. And, benchmarking is important. It's nice to see where we're at and, where we've been, where we're going and what changes have been made. And I think that's wholly appropriate. I wonder, is there I don't know who can answer this question, or maybe this is something I talked to Dr. Schultz about or someone else later, but it seems like we as a community, when we're making big investments in our infrastructure, big investments in our development and our planning for the future, carbon neutral future, supposedly, that we should be doing some kind of prescriptive benchmarking or estimating of what buildings that are coming through the planning pipeline are anticipating their benchmarks or their energy and water usage to be. It seems like that would really help inform our decisions when it comes to the value of these projects to our community. And, if we're putting up buildings that are going to be still standing by 2030, 2050, it seems like we should make every effort possible to encourage developers to build the type of buildings that we would like to see built in those years, where we're going to say, hopefully by that time we'll have it be our ability here locally to not only incentivize that kind of building, but demand it or require it. And so I just wondered if you could maybe give a comment on the notion of prescriptive or estimating buildings' energy and water use.
Yeah, and Councilmember Hayner, I'm sorry, I missed the crux at the very beginning as I was being moved over. It's for new buildings, correct?
Well, yeah. I know this is benchmarking existing buildings because we recognize that there's great strides to be made there with, weatherproofing and all the other things. But I'm just wondering, is there any way that we could apply these same kinds of, well, it's not really benchmarking because we don't actually have the data, but some kind of prescriptive estimating or prescriptive benchmarking to new projects so we get a sense of their value in fitting in with our plans for the future?
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. It's not what this, you're right, it's not what this ordinance change is, but it's a conversation we've been having with the planning department and the planning commission, thinking more about how we encourage people to do what we want, which is get to net zero energy buildings, ideally all electric, right, powered with renewables, affordable. So there is methodology out there to estimate the shell and the performance. What there's not tools or methods necessarily is how you occupy that space, right? Because we may have very different use profiles if I'm a family of 5 versus an individual. So that's where it gets a little tricky. But most of what we're focusing on, though, is the performance of the infrastructure, and that there are methodologies that we could look at. We're not prepared to go into detail tonight, though, but I'm happy to bring that back.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. There's been a lot going on this weekend, unfortunately, and I haven't been able to invest as much as I'd like to into this matter right here. But we did hear that this was coming, and there are some concerns as to the implementation of this based on all the different types of uses and tenants that are in buildings that occupy them at different hours, different times. We are not. It's not a uniform 9-to-5 society any longer, especially these days. And so there are some issues, and they're not going to be resolved in the next 2.5 minutes here. But from what I understand, this is a compulsory ordinance change that would be enforceable by the city attorney's office with enforceable fines. Is that correct?
That's correct. Attorney Wilhelm, do you want to add anything?
That is correct.
And this begins December of next year. And when are the first set of information reported due to the city? March of next year?
I'm going to turn that to Thea Jaeger-Lerner, who led the development process, but I believe it's May of next year. And our city buildings are being benchmarked right now. So we're the first in the system. So that will come before. But Thea, do you want to add any?
Yeah, I can address a couple of questions I think that were nested in there. One, the timeline. Yeah, so December is the deadline for city buildings to be benchmarking and be in compliance with the policy. And then we bumped from May to June, just with this coming out a little bit later. So next June would be the deadline for the first phase of buildings. And then the June of the next year would be the deadline for the next phase of buildings, and so on and so forth. And then buildings would annually be required to benchmark after that. And I think there was also a question on concerns of different occupation patterns. I just wanted to clarify that Energy Star Portfolio Manager does take into account that information when benchmarking buildings.
And the University of Michigan is once again exempt from this.
Yeah, I think either Tim or someone could comment, but I understand that the University of Michigan is outside of the city's jurisdiction. I just want to clarify that we meet regularly with the city, we'll work for there to be a voluntary participation. And then the University of Michigan, I believe, does currently benchmark all of their buildings currently.
They do currently benchmark.
Would that information be available for your office, Dr. Stoltz? The benchmarking the university is doing?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. You know, I meet with the university monthly and we talked about this issue, but I didn't ask for the data itself, but I will follow up and ask and see if that would be appropriate. Thanks for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, I just wanted to share my excitement about this ordinance coming forward, and my profound thanks to the staff at OSI and for bringing this forward. I think this is exciting for the city in terms of being able to begin to get information about how our buildings are working and allow people to start making more informed and educated decisions about where they can make upgrades and where they might want to live in the future as well. So thank you for that, and thanks to the input by the Energy Commission as well.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just one comment. I think 9B excludes state or federal government buildings, so that I assume would include the university. And we recognize that about 30%, I think maybe that's a little high, of the total square footage of roofed structure here in the city is either held by the schools or the university, right? And so I hope that the schools are on board with this. We gave them $1 billion to tighten up their buildings. Just so I can ask this, I just want to ask this to make sure I read this properly. So it appears that single family and duplex homes that are individually owned are exempt from this requirement. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're coming with an alternative ordinance that focuses on those properties, which would come up at time of sale or time of marketing when they list them on the market, because it's just a different transition kind of turnover rate.
Yeah, that started back when I was still on Energy Commission. I remember those conversations. I guess I'd like to be let in on that before it comes to the body, because I think that there are some legitimate concerns that property owners have of footing the bill for something like that, and what would be the frequency that we'd have to do it, that, you know, single family owners or duplex owners would have to do that. Would it be an ongoing benchmark or a one time only? Would we have to do a blower door test and all that? It seemed a little potentially out of line of what we could require as a community.
Yeah,
So
we're working on it.
Legal
So
issues around that.
yeah, we'll bring you in. We'll follow up with you shortly because we've worked through many of those, and we actually plan that coming in the next few weeks for council consideration as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I have questions on whether there are other municipalities in Michigan that have this type of program, and will this be challenged in court by property owners who feel that this is in violation of some sort of constitutional rights that they have?
Yeah, two really good questions. Thea, do you want to take and talk about the work with Grand Rapids and Detroit? And then Tim, do you want to take the legality?
Yeah, although dozens of cities across the United States have benchmarking ordinances, there currently isn't a community in Michigan with one. So we've been working collaboratively with Detroit and Grand Rapids. Detroit has concurrently gone through a stakeholder engagement process and is planning on presenting a similar ordinance to their council in their near future. So although there isn't an existing one right now, we expect soon to follow shortly. And then who did you want to follow up on the legal question, Missy?
I'm happy to start, and then Attorney Wilhelm, if you want to jump in. So this is grounded solidly and legal footing on the grounds of consumer protection, right? That consumers have the right to know about a place before they rent it or take it on, so they can factor that into their decision making. And so the legal footing for all of this is solidly in consumer protection. We feel really good about that. I don't know if Mr. Postum or Mr. Wilhelm want to add anything.
If council wants additional information about the legality or the basis of this ordinance, we can certainly provide that through a legal advice memo.
Could you have this as the official request for that, or do you want something more formal submitted to your office?
I think we can provide it based on this, this request.
Fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Further discussion of C1? For my part, I want to express my strong enthusiasm for this effort, and my thanks to, of course, to all the folks at OSI and elsewhere, and the stakeholders in the Energy Commission who've worked long and hard on this document. We know that, and the text tells us that buildings account for 65% of community-wide greenhouse gas emissions, and the residents and owners of those buildings have structurally little idea of how they stack up in terms of their energy efficiency, how they stack up in their greenhouse gas usage. This benchmarking program will be an important step forward in allowing tenants, allowing property owners and potential property owners to understand what they're getting into and to take measures to reduce their carbon footprint, which is, of course, in fully consistent with our goal of community-wide carbon neutrality by 2030. So, thanks, everybody. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to approve amendment to Council Rule 7, moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks. I have comment on the two changes that are suggested here, and I'm surprised to be the first to speak on this. I don't believe that this is necessarily well considered. In my opinion, it's not. It's going to be difficult to. I don't support changing council meeting start time to 6:30. Now, sometimes we have closed sessions prior to council meeting. Are those really going to start at 5:30? I don't even get home till 5:30. I mean, sometimes I don't get home till 6:30. And so I think this is it's a challenge to back our start time up a half an hour. I don't support that. Secondly, I don't think it's clear on the Rule 7 addressing council during meetings. It says all public speakers must speak from the podium. The addition is, unless the public speaker is attending remotely. Well, that's all well and good to compensate for how we're doing it now when we have the permission of the state to, and really the mandate of the state to meet remotely. But when we're back meeting in person, it's just going to carry over. Are we going to continue to allow speakers to attend remotely? Will there be technical costs and considerations attached to allowing that? Will we have to change, as one of our callers asked earlier, the methods by which we allow people to speak? I'm not sure that this is a change that is going to withstand the fluctuations of our virtual environment here back to a real environment. And so generally, I don't believe that these have been thoroughly thought through, and I don't support these changes.
Councilmember Amlani.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we were just voting on Rule 7, I believe, with this resolution, not Rule 3, which proposed changing the start time to 6:30. The admin committee agreed with your perspective, Councilmember Hayner, that 6:30 would conflict with time for family and people coming home from work and school and everything else. So the 6:30 was nixed, at least tabled. So it's just Rule 7 that we're proposing at this point. And until we get through this, hopefully, last wave of the pandemic, we can begin meeting in person once again, and then discuss how the electronic format can be introduced if possible and adjust this rule at that time. It's obviously something we're continually discussing in the admin committee meetings when we do meet, and this does come up.
Councilmember Redina.
Thank you. I can be brief since Councilmember Ramlawi said largely what I was just hoping to say, which is, I'm going to support this. I think this reflects our practice currently. And I think as we've demonstrated throughout this, the admin committee is kind of treating these as a living document that we can review and continue to update to suit our needs and the circumstances that we're in. And so if this needs to be revisited when we return to in-person, I think that's fine. For what it's worth, I would potentially also be open to exploring meeting time changes, but I would of course want council to be comfortable with that because I'm just one person. So,
Councilmember Iyer.
Thanks. I'm just, instead of echoing what others have said, I'm just going to add the idea that, if we do revisit this when it comes time that we are back all together in a room, I will be supportive of and pushing for continuing to allow people to call or Zoom in. The cost would be absolutely minimal. And the benefits are just invaluable in terms of allowing people to participate in the democratic process of commenting and speaking and making their voices heard to council.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'll just, piggyback on what Councilmember Iyer said. This was not something that was haphazard and thrown together without thought, as it was characterized earlier. Mischaracterized earlier. It, is something that we've discussed fairly extensively at admin with advice from our attorneys. It's not only reflective of, I think, current practice, but what I hope will be future practice. We're not the only community. This won't be unique to us. We can figure this out and make access to public meetings more equitable, more accessible. We heard at the beginning of our meeting public comment about a related issue. And I personally don't believe that one should have to be able to get themselves to a council meeting in order to participate. If we can figure out how to do this through technology, there should be some lessons learned, and I hope that this is one of them.
Councilmember Hayner.
I think that it's not a reach to suggest that under our current situation, all public speakers are attending remotely. So why didn't we just strike any notion of a podium? At our very first meeting, we talked about the virtual podium, the assumption that the clerk would maintain the callers and the guests and the participants and so on, as if there was a virtual podium before us. I think we even had some kind of off the cuff advice from our, from our legal staff on that. It just doesn't make any sense the way this is written unless there's some notion of continuing to let folks who don't even live in the county or whatever call in and speak. And so I just, just saying how well thought out this is, it just doesn't read like that. So I'm not going to support it. So I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I look forward to the admin committee looking at other ways of using technology to improve our democratic process. And one of the things that's been talked about by community members in the past is a screen sharing type option, so that when an amendment is made during a council member, it could be displayed for the public. And that's something we need to look at exactly how that would be done. But that's one example of how we can improve the process with technology. And someone mentioned this is a living document. I totally agree it is. And there are always opportunities to improve, and we'll continue to do that. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
Sorry.
I just wanted to lend my support for carrying forward some of the things that we have learned from the pandemic, which is how remote and remote options can enable much greater participation than we otherwise get at city at public outreach meetings. I mean, the number of times that I've listened, obviously not to a council meeting, but to a webinar on some traffic study or other, where I turned off my camera and made a soup. I cannot count them on two hands. And I was very grateful for that opportunity. And I'm certainly not the most overworked person in Ann Arbor. So I imagine there are many others who have benefited from that. And we should carry it forward. But that doesn't mean that we should strike the podium part, because there will, I hope, in the near future, be actual podium speaking.
Further discussion of, I remember this is DC1. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Onlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC2, resolution to appoint Paul Kretko to the Economic Development Corporation Board, moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I will not be supporting this. I see it as an opportunity to have greater diversity on the Economic Development Corporation Board. Paul Kretko is the president and CEO of Spark. He does not live within the city limits. He is not an underrepresented minority on any of in any of the categories. And so he already, with his Spark leadership position, has a significant platform for communicating and for advancing Spark's interests. And so I would really like to see a city resident appointed to this position. And again, a focus on greater diversity. Thank you.
Councilmember Omlani.
My apologies for not getting this question in ahead of time, but is there a statutory requirement with this board to have someone in Mr. Kretko's position to fulfill this position? Is there? I know on some boards and commissions we must fill it with somebody in a position of sort, or whether there is a need in this case.
Councilmember, I do not know that offhand, whether there's a statutory requirement vis-a-vis this. It's something that I can't answer at this point. I'm not aware of anybody else who could answer at this point. I'm happy to look into it.
Can I make a motion to postpone this to our next meeting?
Motion to postpone, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Omlani.
I just need to have more clarification on the statutory requirements that would comprise this board.
For my part, I'm going to vote against the postponement. The individual was referenced at our prior meeting. There was many times for that question. It's my belief, if I'm not counsel for the city, but I did not select Mr. Kretko with the intention of filling any statutory requirement. statutorily required position. I picked him because of his plain and obvious expertise with respect to economic development and the opportunity for synergies between Spark and the city as we look to revitalize the Economic Development Board Corporation and its work for the greater community. Further discussion of the postponement. Mr. Postma.
Yeah, to Councilmember Ramlawi's point, we can still provide the advice that the committee that you have has met all of the statutory requirements, and if it's filled and you haven't, then you have an obligation to replace somebody with somebody else, and so that certainly can be done. But as to the other issue that you raised, I just can't answer if he's not being put on for a statutory requirement.
Councilmember Amani on the postponement.
I appreciate the powers in the mayor's office and the fact that this was on a prior agenda. But as my colleague had stated, there's plenty of opportunity for this individual to influence and have the synergies that were described in the realm of economic development. And it would be nice if the wealth was shared in that influencing of the economic prosperities in our community and in our region. And so it would be nice if we had a more diversified set of folks on our boards and commissions. And I fully believe that this individual has enormous clout and enormous synergy with or without being a part of this board. And, you know, this is a 6-year term, 5-year term. It's, you know, we talk about diversity and inclusion, but yet when we see these names come up for boards and commissions, it's the same old, same old.
Further discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Briggs.
I find it a little bit surprising that we're suggesting that we would not want to have this level of expertise on our Economic Development Corporation board. It seems obvious that we would want to have this board comprised with individuals that have and serve in professional roles in this community. We seem to be having, on one hand, is the statutory, on the other hand, we need more diversity on this board. I'm not sure I'm fully supportive of this individual serving on this board for the expertise that they bring to the position.
Councilmember Griswold.
I would agree with Paul Krutko's expertise. He's a very valuable member of Spark and the economic development movement in this community. However, he is not a resident in Ann Arbor, and therefore we have an opportunity for greater diversity. Thanks.
Further discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Song.
You know, I'm looking at the makeup of the board now. We have 2 bankers. I don't know where folks live or if that's a requirement, and that's an interesting question. But I have seen Mr. Krutko's work firsthand when Toyota relocated over 300 employees to the area. So it's not like this is unknown work or influence in the community. And it seems like if this gentleman is critical to this work and keeping Ann Arbor as the seat of our economic, we're the economic engine of the county. So if more experienced hands on deck, that sounds the better. So I would be in support.
Further discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Song.
Spoke on the main motion last time, so I apologize for that.
Further discussion of the main motion? I would like to just observe, it's been observed that this board could use some diversity. Out of the 5 members who I believe are on the board presently, there are 2 women and 2 persons who've identified as African American. I'll also observe with respect to our boards and commissions generally, that of our applicant pool, 41% are female, 50% of members are female, 9% of applicants are African American, identify as African American, 12% are of members appointed are African American, and so on and so forth. I think you'll see, certainly with respect to the folks that I have, whose nomination I've initiated, that they are far and away the most diverse set of commission members that you will have seen, and that they certainly reflect the broad diversity and experience and of our community. It is incredibly important that we do have that diversity within our boards and commissions. It's valuable for a number of reasons. It's valuable for council to receive that broad set of inputs. It's valuable to activate boards and commissions, to activate the knowledge and expertise and experience that is within our various communities throughout Ann Arbor. And it's important too that staff have a broad set of engagements with people from all over our community. That is what you see in our boards and commissions, certainly. And I will also finally observe that a number of our board commissions do have requirements or expertises with respect to trades that are do not traditionally have a gender balance to them. So I think it's particularly important to observe what has been done over the past number of years in terms of ensuring that the women in the community are fully represented in government, which is something that is incredibly important to us all. Councilmember Omlawi on the main motion.
Yeah, when we speak about diversity, I guess I'm speaking more than just check the box. I'm speaking about people's real life experiences, work experiences, giving them an opportunity that they would not otherwise receive. I believe this individual has tremendous amount of talent and has had great influence on our region. Still can and still will, with or without this seat. My concern is, why are we not opening the door for more people to be included under the tent? We keep getting the same names over and over again. Why are we not allowing for others to serve in these roles, to diversify the work and life experiences of members of our community? I do not oppose this person in particular, but when I speak of diversity, I'm not looking to just check the box. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Does staff have the information on how many of the commissioners reside in the city of Ann Arbor versus outside the city?
Mr. Fournier?
Not at our fingertips. It's probably something we could prepare.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe the mayor had it, given he was reading off some of the other information about the commissioners. But if not, okay.
The mayor might, but staff doesn't.
I am reading directly from Granicus, and the dashboard on the front page of Granicus, to my knowledge, does not identify residency.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe it does on some. Further discussion of the main motion. – Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
I just want to note that I'm pretty sure we have commissioners who do not reside in the city. We've had on ICPOC, we've approved folks before with council vote. So it is not unheard of to have folks who have interest in the betterment of our community, but may not either, who cannot live in the city or do not live in the city. Is that correct? Can staff confirm that? That is, okay, thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. DC4, resolution to approve an agreement between the City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County regarding responsibilities and cost allocation for design and engineering services for the Bandamere Barton Trail Connection Project. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember, Ms. Beaudry.
Mayor Taylor, I believe we skipped DC3.
I am just so excited about DC4. I've got too many things open up. Thank you for your help. DC3, resolution to acknowledge and commend Roger Rail and the Coalition for Action on Remediation of Dioxin, CARD, for longstanding public service to monitor and protect residents of Ann Arbor from exposure to harmful chemicals in Ann Arbor freshwater sources. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Griswold.
I want to thank the Environmental Commission for recommending this resolution and passing it unanimously at their last meeting. CARD is an organization that I belonged to for many years, and it's one of those organizations that they make it look easy. It's a highly functioning organization. In some cases, you have state officials. Sometimes Congresswoman Debbie Dingell is there. And we're able to get work done. Without CARD, I don't think we would have been able to encourage the governor to recommend that a letter be sent to the EPA. CARD is a place to go if you need information about dioxane, about other chemicals, and I know that we can also go to our state, but not our state, our city. CARD is bigger than just our city. And I've truly enjoyed working with all of the members of CARD from the different governmental entities, including Scioto Township, Ann Arbor Township, the county. So again, thank you to Roger Rail and to the members of CARD.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'll just start off by saying Tuesday, October 5th, tomorrow at 6 p.m. is the October meeting of the CARD group. It's going to include election of the board members. It really is an interesting thing. It's been my great pleasure to have attended these meetings for quite some time now. And there's a lot to learn there. And, sometimes it seems kind of rote if you've been to a handful of these meetings. You'll see that the same things come up over and over again. Well, we have a 100-year problem here before us, so of course we're talking about the same things over and over. And it never gets tiresome for me. I'm always interested in it. And I think that as a body, I think it would behoove us for the long-term benefit of the city, and not only the city but the greater Ann Arbor area, because we supply water to the townships now, to really give some consideration and working with the county and the state and try and pry loose a little funding to archive the tremendous amount of data that has been collected over the years. Not only Scioto Residents for Safe Water, which is Mr. Rail's primary nonprofit that is integrated into CARD, but also the CARD data itself, because without that and without the constant pushing by Roger and others to have data standards applied to the sharing of data that is mandated in the various consent judgments that have been passed down over the years, we'd be missing all kinds of stuff. We wouldn't know where to put our wells. I mean, the data that has been collected as just one aspect of CARD's function is invaluable to the city in our pursuit of this cleanup. And so I just want to put that out there, that we really need to take a look at organizing and categorizing and archiving this data in some manner, because it's going to have great value to us in the future. And so, you know, I thanks to Roger for getting me involved way back when at, I think it was, Mayor, one of your very first, one of these very first kind of street fairs or green fairs way back when. It was in '91 or something when I really got interested in it again. And he had his table out there, and it was fantastic. And he had the maps, and the maps tell all, you know. And I just can't thank Roger enough for all the good work he's done, and all the folks at CARD who really make this long commitment to hanging in there and stewarding our really our greatest natural resource. So I'm happy to be sponsoring this.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Yeah, I also want to just acknowledge and thank Mr. Rail for all of his work. Citizen advocacy is incredibly tiring, and the length of time that he has spent on this issue is incredible. He definitely deserves acknowledgement and accolades. He was certainly very generous with his time when I came onto council, trying to share data with me and bring me up to speed a little bit. And I know he has done this with countless public officials in the past. And so thank you to him and to all at CARD.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you. I just want to take a quick opportunity to publicly express my appreciation and thanks to Roger Rail and members of CARD. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to make too many of their meetings because they're on the heels of these late meetings. But I think it could be said, I can say confidentially that we would not be where we're at today in the progress we've made against the polluter if it wasn't for him and the countless other volunteers who spent thousands of hours educating us and educating others and advocating for clean water and for enforcement to get Gelman to act accordingly. And I'm sorry it took so long, but it was finally a council who was willing to listen and take the information they were giving us and do something with it. And I'm proud to be a part of that council who took the courage to ask the governor, to ask the EPA to come in and address this pollution site and designate it as a Superfund site to get the federal enforcement powers that we need and effectively quit wasting our time in the other pursuits that were not getting us what we deserve. Thank you so much, Roger, and thank you to everybody else at CARD for getting us to where we're at today. And of course, I'm sorry, the Environmental Commission for bringing us this resolution here today to be able to officially honor the work.
Further discussion of the main motion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution to approve an agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County regarding responsibilities and cost allocation for design and engineering services for the Bandonier Barton Trail Connection Project, moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just for record keeping, I'd like to be asked to co-sponsor this. I think this is it's great that we're finally doing this as a city. I know we had a lot of conversations. There were conversations at the PAC about where the trail is going to go, and we got some nice presentations about that. And it's really great that this is finally happening. That we're taking on the responsibility for the city section of this, and it's really all that's missing right now. And I've been doing a lot of kayaking this summer, and you know, we get out on the river and you can see the folks enjoying the trail, you know, up on the various sides of the river as you move along there. And it's we've seen the economic development benefits of this kind of resource in communities, the connectivity, the recreation. I mean, it's just, there's so many things going for it that I know it seems like a great expense, which I normally don't go for, but in this case, it'll live well beyond whatever we're spending on this. And so I'm just really happy to see this before us, and I really appreciate it coming forward and all the work that's been done with parks and taking a look at where this should go and what the best areas are and so on. And it's really going to open up that whole part of town to the type of traffic that is really swarms that area. I mean, as a former member of Michigan bike team, we used to ride out there I just can't even, I just wince when I drive out there now or ride out there on my bike because it's so narrow. it's going to be so great to have off-street pathways along there. So thank you all for supporting this. Hopefully we can support this and move it along.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I want to acknowledge that this is an example of a regional project working with our partners at Washtenaw County. I look forward to more regional projects. I want to thank Colin Smith, who's here today, for making this possible, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, I too am just excited to see this finally hitting our council agenda. It's been a long time coming. We've been wanting this this gap filled for decades. For anybody who is bikes, runs, walks in this area, they know how much this is needed. The railroad has worked diligently to try to blockade this path, and folks work just as hard to get around it. We desperately need a connection here. So I'm so excited to see this design moving forward, and really happy with the collaborative effort that is moving it forward.
Councilmember Dish.
I also want to express my excitement about this and thank the community members who have been community and county, and also bicycle advocates who have been working tirelessly on this for more than a decade to bring it to us. And this is going to be a gateway between the north side and the west side that won't involve crossing 4 really dangerous lines of traffic or illegally bumping your bike over some railroad ties. So this is fabulous. It will also, it should be noted, involve a significant private fundraising effort. And it is just great to see so many hands coming together to support something that will be a really beautiful benefit to our community and the region.
Yeah, for my part, I'd like to echo my thanks to staffs here at the city, of course, and the county. But following on Councilmember Dish, I'd like to specifically identify and break out and express gratitude for the private financial support that comes from the Huron-Waterloo Pathway Initiative and its donors. This is a private, nonprofit, a nonprofit that has been organized for the purpose of improving the trail. And it has been incredibly successful in other parts of the county, working other parts of the trail, and now we're going to be enjoying it here in our collaboration with the Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission, the city, and the Huron-Waterloo Pathway Initiative. It's a public-private partnership with a mission to rapidly expand non-motorized transportation for city and county community members, and I couldn't be more excited. It's something that we have desperately needed for a long time, with municipal attention, county attention, and incredibly active and engaged and gratefully deep-pocketed private attention. We are going to be able to get this done, all working together, looking the same way. So I'm glad this is moving forward. Thank you to all concerned. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. We'll kind of just keep echoing what was said about this. As somebody who enjoys biking this area, this is one part which makes that entire trip hazardous and trepidatious. I'm so excited to see this. I know it's going to be many years before we can actually realize the benefits of it, but just wanted to extend my thanks to everybody who's come before us to make this happen. And made it easy for us to just say yes tonight. But this is, as folks who know this area well, a much needed improvement to getting us connected and enjoying the wonderful benefits that we have that for many people, they can't enjoy it because of the obstacles that present themselves in this area. So this is welcome news, great news. I wish we had more of these kind of newsworthy moments, but we'll take them when we can get them. And thank you so much for those who have brought this to us tonight.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. A lot of what I was going to say has been said about the public partnership and how valuable that is. I'm glad that Colin Smith is here with us this evening, as well as Claiborne from the county. With Colin's way too early for his age retirement, leaving us. I'm glad that this is going forward during this final stretch, and because it really is decades in the making. There's been also a lot of talk about the importance of cycling connectivity, and that's clearly important. But this is also a really dangerous pedestrian crossing, where we have a lot of not just experienced cyclists, but young people crossing on foot as well. So I'm just thrilled, after having lived through the Sun Parks for years and years and years, to see this critically important step. So thank you.
Councilmember Regina.
Thanks. I don't want to spend too much time echoing what's already been said. I just also want to thank everyone who's put some work into this. I'm also very excited to see it go forward and would like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Councilmember Griswold.
Having thanked Colin Smith, I also want to thank Coy Vaughn on behalf of Washtenaw County. He's here with us tonight. And this is a great project, so we don't really have any questions for you, but thanks for coming.
Further discussion? Councilor Griswold, did I forget to drop your hand? Did you put your hand back up? Are you good? Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC5, resolution regarding independent investigation and placement of acting administrator on paid administrative leave. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember Lowry. Discussion of DC5, Mr. Fournier.
I'd like to request that council move into closed session. I believe as it's my right as the employee who's subject to the resolution.
Yes, that is correct, and you have a written you have a written advice memo. Mr. Fournier is correct, but it does not, because it's legal advice also, in that it does not necessarily entitle him to be in that meeting, and I believe he understands that, because it would be the underlying complaint that he generally knows about. Yes. Yes.
Got Councilmember Hayden and Councilmember Medina.
Thanks. I certainly respect that request, and it was my understanding that we have a closed session potentially on another issue tonight anyway. Is it possible that we could shift the agenda to go into a closed session and then come out and discuss whatever's left of our meeting?
I think we can just go into closed. We have a advice memo on this matter. With if I can have a motion to go into closed session, discuss that advice memo, then we can deal with this on the agenda.
Yeah, there's two ways to go in, on the advice memo and on the on the complaint under the Open Meetings Act. It can go under one or both. I suppose I'd recommend both.
We have a motion, please. Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of the closed session. Roll call. Is that a question?
It actually, a silly question, but do we have a second link to a new closed session?
I think we can just go under the link that Mr. Wilhelm gave to you for closed session. I think we can use that for this, and then we can, could you put Mr. Wilhelm on, Jackie?
Yes, and can you clarify, please, what the
Yes.
reasoning under the Open Meetings Act?
Yeah, there's two things. The Open Meeting Act under Section A for a personnel complaint, and also under the provision for written legal communication advice memo. So those two under the Michigan Open Meetings Act.
Thank you. And we'll go into closed session mechanically utilizing Mr. Wilhelm's link.
Mr. Wilhelm, you'll be there. You'll be there with a host, and other attorneys will also join. Because it's only this issue and not Mr. Wilhelm's issue, Mr. Fournier will not be joining us. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You have a question, Councilmember Hayner?
Well, so will we have a second closed session for Mr. Wilhelm's information?
We will.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sure. Whatever.
Don't worry. We won't deprive you of any closed session, Councilmember Hayner.
That's fine. I just, just logistically.
Okay.
And we're going to be using the same link for both, correct?
Correct. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're in closed session.
Jake?
Welcome back. We're here after a closed session, a short break. Can I have a motion to go back into open session, please? Moved by Councilmember Redina, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion of going back into open session. All in favor? Opposed? We are back in open session discussing, DC 5 has been moved and seconded, has it not?
Yes, it was already moved by Councilmember Nelson and Ramlawi.
Thank you very much. Discussion, please, of DB5. Councilmember Griswold.
Well, I have,
Ms. Beaudry, can you give me a lower hand authority? Thank you. My apologies for interrupting.
I've submitted an amendment to the city clerk regarding the final resolve clause. If she could send that out, please.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of the amendment. Councilmember Griswold.
It's my interpretation of the allegations that council needs to take some action. I realize that we've been given a number of alternatives from our legal staff, but I believe that the responsibility rests with council members. This amendment, I believe, would provide the least amount of disruption while ensuring the safety of all members that are in all parties involved, and would meet the requirements that I believe council has.
Councilmember Nelson.
I have a question for Councilmember Griswold. What form do you envision notice taking place? And what do you envision that looking like? No, a notice from who?
That would be a notice from the legal department. I left this vague intentionally so that staff could address it and come up with what they thought was appropriate, given that they're the experts. And I believe that council could delegate this to the admin committee, and we're meeting on Wednesday on another matter. And we're also meeting, full council has an interview process in place on Wednesday evening, so we could possibly add this to the agenda.
Thank you for that clarification. I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Griswold said, that we have been advised that this is a responsibility that is a policy choice for us to make. And while we may disagree on what safeguards are necessary, I would support this as a compromise in the interests of protecting people who have expressed a need to be protected.
Mr. Postma, would perhaps you and or Ms. Radabar or your other designee advise as to the existing state of safeguards?
Yeah, and I think that's important with Mr. Fournier here, and certainly the process, what we're trying to do because Mr. Fournier was not in closed session. So I think in doing that, I think it will help him understand the resolved clause, is that the issue and the obligation for the city, obviously, is to, when somebody makes a complaint, to make sure that there is no harm to someone who's made a complaint. Mr. Fournier is aware of that no adverse action can be taken against this person who's made a complaint. And the other protocol that happens is the minimization of contact, and that is to make people feel comfortable and to have no misunderstanding, and that I believe, and Mr. Fournier does understand that. He has, as I understand, no meetings scheduled, no one-on-one meetings, no group meetings with Mr. Mahardo, but there are, and he can clarify, there are some select meetings that are agenda meetings for 50 or 60 people, which he'd be there. But he is aware that during this investigation there should be no contact with the complainant. That's just basic. And so I guess I'm asking is that what you're asking for? Certainly Mr. Fournier is aware of that.
Well, I guess what I'm asking, I was under the impression that those communications and those rules of the road had been articulated, and that those rules of the road had been agreed to, and if you will, that those safeguards, as I hear you saying them, are indeed presently in place for the purpose of ensuring the absence of harm to the complainant and ensuring the integrity of any subsequent investigation. So what I hear you saying is that those safeguards are in place now.
Yes. Yes, and an issue arose, as you were aware, about what direct contact would be, and whether that would include a larger group meeting. And I think that clarification from the council on that in this resolved clause is something that you're trying to understand. And but I think to understand that properly, you might want to just know what type of anticipated contact there would be. There might be a group email about a schedule for a meeting that to all employees. So that's really what you're looking for. But I think it's not inappropriate, I suppose, to hear from Mr. Fournier about just over the next 2 or 3 weeks what sort of contact would be, incidental contact would even be contemplated, because he's already sent me some questions on the communication, and whether it's facilitated by me, Mr. McDonald, or Mr. Radabaugh about work being done there. There has to be some communication back and forth for the city to work. And so not to put Mr. Fournier on the spot, but he's heard what the concern is, and I think it's helpful to know what possible points of contact are there in the next 2 weeks.
I think if the council's interested in having a discussion about that, I'd like to go back into closed session and perhaps included this time.
Well, it really relates to the resolution at this point, and so that's really not an option at this point. So I understand your concern, but I guess my overall point was not the nitty-gritty details, but I don't. You've already we've already identified the issue of no individual contact, which is standard. So I don't know what else to say, Mayor.
All right, but what I heard you say was that safeguards are in place for all parties presently. On this amendment, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Unfortunately, I don't support this amendment. I believe it's outside and inconsistent with norms and practices surrounding investigations of this type and gravity. And I don't think I can support it. It's obviously too vague, and we've heard already concerns on implementation of it. So I will not support it. And I think it's outside norms and practices that are used in instances with this type of gravity.
Councilmember Griswold.
A process question. I moved an amendment and then we have a second amendment. So the second amendment from the city attorney, is that an amendment to the amendment, or are we just?
It has not, the second communication from Ms. Beaudry with the amendment drafted by the attorney's office has not been moved or seconded as an amendment to your amendment.
Oh, or I was just asking for clarification, and I guess this is very awkward and uncomfortable, but the allegation that I'm going on right now is the language, since the city attorney cannot be trusted to follow guidelines for protecting whistleblowers. So this allegation is about the city attorney's office, and that's why I'm taking, why I introduced this resolution, or amendment to the resolution. So I just want to point that out, that it is regarding the city attorney's office at this point. So it seems like we're discussing referring responsibility back to the city attorney's office, even though the allegations are against the city attorney.
Councilmember Briggs.
I appreciate what Councilmember Griswold's concerns are, but I also heard her state that our city staff are the experts, and I agree with her on that. I'm curious with regards to this resolved clause, this amendment, is administrative leave necessary to ensure that those safeguards are in place? And would that be the norm based on recent past practice? This is for Mr. Postamar or anybody else in the city attorney's office.
I would defer to Attorney Radabaugh.
As to past practice, the previous two administrators, when they've been under investigation, have not gone on administrative leave. Others have. As to the safeguards, I think Mr. Postma outlined, we've already put those safeguards in place. And I think what he was getting at is Mr. Fournier, at least to our office, has expressed he's amenable to those safeguards and to have limited to no contact with Mr. Guajardo pending the outcome of this investigation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner, then Ramlali.
I find this, based on our conversations in closed session, to be a reasonable compromise, and I'm going to support this amendment.
Councilmember Ramlali.
I have concerns beyond what I originally stated, and that is this complaint that was filed and given to council to act on identifies people in the organization other than the author of the complaint. So while we are trying to protect folks in the organization and the complainant, the author of the complaint is further reaching, broader than one individual. I believe that in order to conduct a proper investigation, we should follow the norms and practices used in these instances that are suggested by professionals.
And Councilmember Romali, thank you for the discretion of not, it would be improper to name any people until an investigation is done. So thank you for your discretion in wording that. And but I think that the representation on the office, I can't really get into, other than the fact that the directing the outside counsel, we coordinate that, and the issue that this would go to an outside counsel has been clearly identified at all times, and that will get things moving very quickly to resolve the investigation. Yeah.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I believe the really cogent and helpful explanation by Ms. Radabaugh, followed up by Mr. Postema's words, have demonstrated that I don't view this as a compromise. I view the upcoming resolve clause that we'll be bringing forward as an amendment as a potential compromise. This is not, as we heard from Ms. Radabaugh, within norms and practices of what needs to be done to protect a complainant. And the fact that we'll be moving forward with an outside investigation, so the other resolve clauses are somewhat redundant, demonstrates that that this is excessive. And I believe Councilmember Griswold's already spoken twice.
Further discussion, I believe Councilmember Griswold, you have spoken twice on the amendment. Further discussion of this amendment. Roll call vote, please. I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson.
I would just point out that this actually is a pretty significant compromise, because the original resolution asked that the administrative leave continue throughout the course of the investigation. And so what has been proposed is potentially much, much shorter than, or the amendment that's been proposed is much, much shorter than the length of time that is referenced in the original resolution.
Councilmember Grand on the amendment.
Yeah, I'll just vehemently disagree with Councilmember Nelson. Just because you make it a little shorter, if it was wrong in the first place, it was wrong. So compromise is taking something that's brought forward the day of and trying to all make it better together, which I hope we're going to do.
Further discussion on the amendment. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Omlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Redina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion, I guess. May I have a Councilmember Redina?
Yes, I'd like to move the amendment circulated by Clerk Beaudry that was provided by the attorneys. I don't know if for public we should read it.
Yes, I do. Yes, you should.
So the amending the final resolve clause to read, resolved that the city council directs the city attorney's office to facilitate policies and procedures to ensure the integrity of the investigation and prevent any harm to the complainant, including policies and procedures regarding communication protocols between all parties and subject to review and modification by outside counsel and the council administration committee.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion of that amendment. Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to repeat again that the final allegation that we received today states, since the city attorney cannot be trusted to follow guidelines for protecting whistleblowers. So the allegations are against the city attorney, and so the appeal is to the mayor and city council. But instead of dealing with this matter, we are simply referring it right back to the city attorney's office, which I don't believe is appropriate. It may seem logical and practical, but I don't think that it's allowed under law.
Councilmember, and Mr. McDonald may weigh in. There is no complaint against the city attorney's office, and I think that you just need to the nature of a complaint to talk about the specifics of what the complaint is improper to discuss that. You've made general allegations, but in any sense, the point of this facilitation is to establish things that Mr. Guajardo is comfortable with within the legal guidelines, and I think that to do otherwise does a disservice, and that is to the extent that there are a lot of people involved in this. Mr. McDonald's been involved, Attorney Radabaugh, and the point about referring to the office and facilitate is that there are many people who can do that. That's easy to the extent that he's comfortable with one person over another. That's simple. He's called a number of us, including me today, to discuss this. So.
Okay, I just don't think that's relevant to the language that I'm reading, and I am interpreting city attorney to mean the city attorney's office. Now, at which point that I get other written communication, then I could make a different decision, but this is what I have to work with.
That's what it says. It directs the city attorney's office to facilitate. That's what the amendment is.
Yes, I'm referring to the actual allegations.
Well,
Councilmember Umlawi.
Again, I won't be supporting this either. I think the complainant has made it quite clear that he first tried to take this process through the attorney's office, found it insufficient, and raised the alarm, raised the concern to the members of this body to take action. And now to punt it back to the city attorney's office, which was first notified of all this and could not resolve the issues at hand, I think is we are not taking our responsibilities serious enough, and we're adjudicating ourselves from the roles that we fill. This person came to council repeatedly asking for emergency action, not to have it referred back to the city attorney's office. I think it's quite clear. And I interpret the language just as my colleague did, whether it's the city attorney or the city attorney's office. I think the author intended to suggest it is the office in its entirety, not one person. So this is a decision for this body to take and to make. And it should not be punted back to the office that couldn't solve the problem to begin with. I think that is just the most irresponsible action to take.
Council member, only the council can do what the what you claim the complainant is saying. And again,
The complainant had first come to your office and that the
Councilmember, please,
issues were not
please.
resolved, so they came to us.
No, that is, the issue of the investigation was outside investigation was clear. The issue of removing somebody, removing somebody cannot be done by the city attorney. If I had that power, perhaps I would think about using it. But the point is, the removal of a city administrator can only be done by the council. And so that's what you need to understand.
And
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah.
I think it's worth noting that every single member of this body received the same information, the same communication, multiple communications, pleading with us to act to protect the complainant. And the one request was that the situation, the person be removed from the situation. And I'm very disappointed that the proposal, the compromise to make a very short period of time when the complainant could be reassured that those complaints are taken seriously was rejected. And we are essentially saying, trust us. And what you're asking for, we don't believe it's necessary. I've never received an email like the ones that we have received since Friday. This is a different kind of situation. We have been explicitly asked for protections. And with this amendment, with the rejection of the previous amendment, we are basically saying, no, we won't protect you. And that is highly concerning to me, given the imbalance of power that exists in this situation. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
I wanted to just affirm that emergency action has already occurred and was taken immediately. As soon as these complaints surfaced, an external investigation was launched. So our job as council members now is to ascertain what is required to ensure the integrity of the investigation and prevent any harm to the complainant. I think we have a disagreement on council as to how we might best do that. But this, the amendment before us directs the city attorney's office to facilitate ensuring both of those things, the integrity of the investigation and the protection of the complainant. And it asks, it subjects whatever action the city attorney's office takes to review and modification by outside counsel and the council administration committee. So this amendment is a bit more specific than the previous one that we had. Granted, it does not put anyone on administrative leave, but it achieves the objectives that are called for. And it recognizes the fact that, contrary to some impressions that might be created in part also by the way this has been covered in the press, emergency action was taken immediately. There has been an investigation underway before we even had a chance to meet.
Councilmember, I just need to correct the outside investigation is that an outside investigator has been contacted immediately first thing this morning, even without the complaint that the formal written complaint that was filed at 4 o'clock with the details, but just based on the initial complaint that was done. And I advised the council that would be protocol, but I want to correct one minor thing, and that is that the outside investigation has not started because they have to clear conflicts in a sense, but there's a protocol and the materials would have to be sent and I'd have to engage them. So it would be incorrect to say that it has started yet, but it is inchoate and in process, I suppose.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have said initiated, but thank you.
Initiated.
That's a good clarification.
Councilmember Otter.
Thank you, Councilmember Dish, for that really clear explanation. I mean, in that sense, the first resolved clause really isn't even necessary because we know that this is already in motion, as it should be. Any allegations like this should be investigated, should be taken seriously. We've also been advised that protections have been put in place, whistleblower protections. So it is just absolutely patently false to say that we are doing nothing. We are doing exactly what is called for in this situation and what conforms with past practice. Further, we've been advised not to discuss the allegations, as any discussion of the allegations may be harmful to the complainant themselves. And it mystifies me why council members are speaking in ways that may harm the complainant. So I beseech you to please stop.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also a little disappointed by this conversation, but probably for a different reason. I think that the suggestion that this body is not taking this seriously is incredibly disappointing to me. We've spent hours now in closed session. The amount of time that our legal staff and that this body has taken in the short amount of time that we've had this complaint, I think demonstrates the seriousness of that. And I think it's harmful to even suggest to employees that it's not being taken seriously. It absolutely is. And to that point, we've already been assured repeatedly that an independent external investigation is already being initiated and will proceed as planned. As has been stated, placing the acting administrator on paid leave during an investigation would be completely inconsistent with past policy and practice. Neither Mr. Lazarus nor Mr. Crawford were placed on administrative leave during the duration of investigations in which they were the subject. However, we have the ability and the power to change that decision should any evidence arise of interference of an investigation. I absolutely believe that would be appropriate at that time. Finally, I'll say I'm going to support this because we also acknowledge that Mr. Dohoney, a man of considerable experience, will hopefully still soon be joining our city, and at which point he will also be responsible for supervising staff in question, and will likely be responsible for determining the best course of action upon the completion of the independent investigation. And should he determine at any point that any additional steps need to be taken in the interim, I believe that we as a body should respect and support his decision as well. But I think this is absolutely the most appropriate course forward right now, based on the information we have. And I absolutely believe that this body is taking this seriously, and I want to reiterate that.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I don't have too much to add based on some of my colleagues that have come before me, other than to just also implore us to, if there's any staff member that has been treated unfairly tonight, I think it's the staff from our attorney's office. Some of the language that's been used towards them is disrespectful and unacceptable for people who've acted at the last minute, demonstrating that they do take these concerns and complaints that have arisen over the past few days, working on it late into the evening, over the weekends, spending about 3 hours by my count in closed session with us this evening, making sure that we're well prepared to make an informed decision about something that has come up rather suddenly, but that we do take incredibly seriously. And I, having been through more of these investigations than I would like to know and have experienced, I do have, because I've seen them go both ways, right? Sometimes it comes out on the side of the complainant, sometimes it comes out on the other side. And so I know that while sometimes lengthy and expensive, that these independent investigations, we have a good track record with them at the city of helping us work through allegations that are made. And I'm hoping that because of that we create an environment and continue to create an environment where if there are concerns, they are raised.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'd like to start by saying I think it's a shame that we're having this conversation again. It's just it speaks to something that is troubling at the core of what's happening here in our community. I'm not sure what that is. This amendment offers a solution, surely, as the other one did. But you know, based on previous actions and inactions of this body in the face of similar or ultimately or possibly lesser complaints, I don't think it's the best solution. I'm not going to support this amendment. I think it. I understand the spirit in which it's offered, but this is sort of a trust situation, and I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't. You know, we haven't always done the best with these things. I don't believe I've always done the best with these situations. And so I wanted to make sure, you know, I supported the original resolution because I think it was reasonable and well within our authority. And so I'm not going to support this amendment. It isn't the type of action that I feel comfortable taking. And it's too dependent on others. I would like to exercise my own responsibility in this matter, and this doesn't do that to my liking, so I don't support this.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. I think it's obviously important that we take any allegation that somebody brings forth in the city seriously, and that has been done as we've noted multiple times. External investigation has been initiated, but I think it's really important that one thing that is not conforming with past practice is that oftentimes we have these discussions after an internal investigation has been completed, and we're able to reflect as community on some of that information. And so it's a little unusual that we would be having this conversation tonight in this forum. Quite so publicly. I think it's really important for us and for the community at large to make sure that we have these external investigations so that we make sure that there isn't any bias and that we get all of the information and we look at the information fairly and objectively. And that's why outside counsel is being brought in part. But there should be no conclusions reached about these until we have a report in our hands at some point, because that is very important to the accused and also to the person who's requested that we launch an investigation. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Councilmember Ramali.
Yeah, I apologize. I got booted off, so I'm not sure what I missed, but it seems like certain council members are committed to their positions and they're not gonna budge. I believe removing the employee in question is critical to protecting the integrity of the investigation. Period. There's no assigning of blame. There's no assigning anything. We're just trying to get an investigation that has integrity and one that is done with best norms and practices. And that's not what is being proposed here. What's being suggested is to do what has been done before and has failed this body, this community, and this individual and this organization before. We're not taking this the way we are supposed to take it. And I'm not going to wait till there's more harm done to minorities and people of color before taking responsible action. I've been in this seat now for 2.5 years, 3 years, and I've heard repeated issues within this organization of racist and discriminatory practices without having a thorough and complete investigation done with integrity. I would like that done now. And I'm not going to accept anything less. And if folks want to paint this way or that way, go right ahead. This was brought today by 4 council members because the city attorney's office could not find a solution to this problem.
Councilmember Song.
Cannot express enough how excited I am for this independent investigation to begin. I mean, it's pretty clear that none of us are investigators. We have nothing to evaluate. We have claims and allegations, which, sadly, these issues have come up before with other city leaders, and we've worked through them once we've had something to actually evaluate. Do we have a process? We have a means of having an independent evaluation. Right now we have allegations, and it saddens me to no end that we are still tangling with issues related to, allegations connected to discrimination. We have an anti-discrimination policy. We have codes of conduct. We talk about this a lot. We actually talk about how racism is rooted in white supremacy. We also argued about that. But I think we can come to agreement that, that we can work through this situation because we are a city that believes in fairness. We are a city that believes in processes. We are a city that believes in the expertise that's provided to us by city staff, who knows well enough to remove themselves in this process, and then to also give us advice where needed, since we ourselves are not attorneys and we do not represent Mr. Rojardo or Mr. Fournier. So I'm eager to see this process come through. I'm hoping that the investigation is timely, and I'm thankful to City Attorney's Office for being responsive to this so quickly. This came to us on Thursday evening, or no, Friday, and here we are on Monday. No, we're on Tuesday. Now we're on Tuesday. So thank you. Let's get this going.
Further discussion of the amendment? For my part, I'm going to support the amendment because the amendment does what we all need to do, and that is that we need to have procedures and policies to ensure the integrity of the investigation and prevent harm to the complainant. That's what we're doing to take this seriously. The resolution also includes reference to an external investigation, which is absolutely necessary and appropriate. That is taking this seriously. Whenever an employee has a concern about the nature of their workplace, we take it seriously, period, full stop. It's also true that we adopt the best practice. And the best practice here is to ensure that the employee and the complainant are, because they are able to do their jobs in a manner that is distinct from each other, because we are able to implement policies and procedures to ensure the integrity of the investigation and prevent further interaction, because we're able to do those things, no leave is necessary or appropriate. It is in fact best practices not to have leave because the service of the employee is important to the organization. Further, I guess it's important too that we recognize and realize that we, and I guess I'd like to echo somewhat of what other colleagues have said about how important it is that we recognize that we are on the front end of a process rather than the back end of a process. Previous conversations have been gone the other way. And while that's where we are due to the nature of our communications, you know, at the beginning of a process, we don't know where it leads. We don't know where it ends. And, you know, it is important that as, you know, we here reflect upon it, as the organization reflects upon it, that, you know, we do right to honor the inquiry, honor the importance of the values being, reflected in our actions, and importance all the process that is due. And these things bundled together is what we're going to do, because we're acting like a profession, because the organization is staffed by professionals, and that's how it's going to conduct itself up and down the line. And so I think that the amendment as drafted achieves that goal and does it well. Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please. Starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Mlawi?
Absolutely no.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, I don't even know what to say any longer. I feel like a broken record up here. What we just witnessed is a complete failure of leadership. There's not one HR director, one competent HR director, one person who's in charge of a reputable large organization that would suggest to do what we just did. In fact, what that last amendment should be already a practice. Why is that even something we're voting on? That should be something that is done to begin with. I'm a person of color. I experience the double standard on this body continuously. Other members of this organization have also expressed the double standard and hypocrisy that people of color experience being a part of this organization. I'm looking at a screen of a bunch of white, privileged people claiming to take a stand whenever there is a virtuous signaling resolution to be passed. They'll never pass on the opportunity to be a co-sponsor. One of my colleagues has turned off her camera. So all I can say is that the community is listening, they're watching, the investigation will be done, FOIAs will uncover the complaint. There's a pattern. There's been a long systemic pattern within this organization to have double standards, to protect their own. And that's what we're witnessing here tonight. No one's suggesting there's been any wrongdoing. We're suggesting that a firewall be put in place so a proper investigation can be done with integrity. So those that review that investigation later can take it and believe it. But what we've done here today is completely tarnish that. There's such an unequal balance of power here, but we're suggesting that it's going to be okay. The person who complained and didn't get any help from the attorney's office, well, you know what? We're just going to send you to that same back office who didn't help you the first time. That's what we're going to do. It's just disappointing. It's frankly disappointing. I think this body lacks credibility and is really got a long way to go to earn the trust and the faith of not
Councilmember,
just this community, but this organization as a whole.
Councilmember Hayner.
My council colleague, Councilman Ramali, speaks from the heart, and I share his disappointment. I co-sponsor this resolution because it seemed necessary, and now we have a necessarily by council majority watered down version of it. I'm going to support this watered down version because if I wouldn't, then political ladder climbers would have their folks spin this no vote as me not taking action or not caring about this legitimate, as far as I'm concerned, complaint. So I'm going to support this to cement the fact that there will be an outside counsel hired and that there will be some sort of effort put in place to protect people in City Hall who come forward with complaints, serious complaints on a wide variety of issues. But I do it with a heavy heart because, as Councilperson Ramwali said, it really speaks to our failings to act repeatedly. We just don't seem to exercise the kind of oversight and leadership and stringent encouragement that we need to have the kind of organization that we deserve, and frankly that the Ann Arbor taxpayers pay for. $500 million budget we have in the city, and this is what's going on at City Hall. It's shocking, and I'm happy that someone asked me to help sponsor this because to get it on the agenda, because it was important to do this. It's important to find out what's going on, and we gotta figure out what's going on here at City Hall. I suspect that there is not the voice of the people is not heard here at City Hall in many instances, and that's a shame. I think we kind of know that by now, and I'd like to help change that. And so, I'm going to support this so that it moves forward, and so that folks who come forward know that at least we're doing something. But I'm sorry that it's a watered down version of that something. I don't think it's the best solution.
Councilmember Iyer.
The question or the comment was made that it was incredible that these processes are not already in place. They are in place. This resolution wasn't even necessary as it's about to be voted on. The independent investigation had already been initiated, and processes were already put in place to ensure the integrity of that investigation and to protect the complainant. And we are voting on this pro forma tonight to send a message, which I think is really valid and valuable, that we take this seriously and that we affirm that these measures are being taken, and that they're being taken with hopefully the full support of council. But let's not for a second try to mislead the public into thinking that these things weren't already in motion. They were. I don't know why a council member would want to do that. I mean, it's our job to work in the best interests of the city. And we have council members here who are trying to make this a political football, and it's shameful. Stop doing it. Stop politicizing our city staff. Stop talking about things you've been told not to talk about, and take your job seriously, please. It's just so disappointing. We have a great organization, and our folks do not deserve to be talked about the way that they're being talked about at this table on a weekly basis. We owe them so much more. And I appreciate the work of our city attorneys on this matter and on so many other matters that they're helpful with. And again, I look forward to seeing the results of the investigation. But until then, we need to reserve judgment, let the process play out, and be respectful of all of our staff.
Councilmember Nelson.
I can be brief. I don't know that I could be quite so dismissive of the complainant in this case as to directly contradict their pleas to us. This resolution was a direct result of a very explicit, specific request from the complainant. So to say that it wasn't even necessary is interesting to me. And to throw around words like respectful to staff, that really sounds very interesting to me in terms of protecting people who I'm just, it's interesting. I'm concerned that we have spoken very broadly and intentionally very vaguely about this situation. And we can't even do that. We can't even describe people as victims. We can't even talk about an imbalance of power. We can't talk about the fact that this was requested of us. And that's going to be framed as something political. That's a little desperate. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to set the record straight, and my apologies for being totally exhausted, as I'm sure we all are. We were told that action was initiated, possibly Friday, that all is well. However, we received a communication from the complainant today at 3:56. I'm not going to go into details as I've been asked not to, but if everything is going well since last week, why did we get a communication at 3:56? So I believe that council has a responsibility to the community, to our employees, and for that reason, I will not be voting for this resolution. Thank you.
Excuse me, council member, the reason you got the written communication is that in discussion with Mr. Guajardo, that was part of our discussion, that he would, I certainly encouraged him that he would provide specifics so that the issues that are being addressed tonight and in this resolution and in whatever requests he had could be brought forward to you. That's why, and that is because what you were sent on Friday in the afternoon was not specific, and in fact, it was not. There's no blame to him asserting a more general one, because it was discussed that this would be provided. I think even last week, I believe, Mr. Guajardo had set a time to speak with me at 4 o'clock, and that he was going to get a written communication before then. And so that's the reason, Councilmember Griswold, that it came at 4 o'clock, and I by all means encouraged him to provide that, to provide detail, so that you all could look at it, and so we could decide what what needed to be done to be sent to the outside counsel, what needed to be done to be sent to the outside counsel so the process could move as quickly as possible. And so
Okay, I'm in agreement with what you're saying. My reference is a plea to help that was included in the cover message.
well,
So
but the point is that that was going to come, and it did come. So,
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
We have the power to act in certainly a variety of ways. We've chosen, some have chosen to bring bring a resolution to the council table. That was certainly within our power to do so. We have utilized other processes in the past, and not in too far in the past. They're all in recent memory for us to understand how we've been able to initiate and make sure that there were fair investigations happening. And some chose not to do that today. There is an imbalance of power. There are those of us at the table around the screen right now that have more power than others. And it is disappointing to see that being used in ways for political gain and for political show. That's all I'll say.
Councilmember Song.
I just want to emphasize my enthusiasm for this investigation to actually begin again. I feel like I need to sing the Carpenter songs. We've only just begun. You know, and I also want to, you know, underline how, you know, just really recently we've had, you know, expressed a lot of enthusiasm behind our DEI initiatives and plans. Those are still on, I mean, those are in process. And that's a commitment we've made in the budget. That's a commitment that we've made culturally. That's a commitment we've made to community members. As the other person of color in council, I can tell you that this has been, you know, that was something that I campaigned on strongly, is, you know, bringing an understanding around race relations. For it to come, for this issue to come again with our personnel is disappointing, but that doesn't mean that it can't be resolved. To what end, we don't know yet. Another thing I wanted to point out, I am looking at Attorney Radabau's LinkedIn profile right now. If we are to talk about the resources at hand to tackle these issues, I would hope that we can take a look at how Attorney Radabau comes from she was general counsel for DC's Department of Human Resources, managed 120 employees, 18,000 district employees, trained attorneys on anti-discrimination laws, employment laws, deputy general counsel, assistant attorney general for the Office of District of Columbia, U.S. Department of Justice, law clerk under Senator Dianne Feinstein. I would think that those are considerable qualifications that can be trusted and have already been vetted before she came to our amazing city. So I hope we can force ourselves to come to a more positive outcome once we actually have the materials to review, like we have with other investigations. Until then, I hope we can lean on our staff, trust our staff, because we do every day, and unless we're told otherwise. Thanks.
Councilmember Amali.
For those who want to paint this as a political ploy, I'm highly disappointed and disgusted in that characterization. We are a person of color, credible person of color, who's in a senior position within our organization, plea with us to take action. Not on one occasion, but twice. And both times after they exhausted discussions with the attorney's office. What I am doing is my job. This is not just some symbolic resolution to score points with people. This is actually taking action and being a leader. That's what that is. Not passing some worthless resolution that has no meaning. So please do not characterize this as some political ploy. Stop while you're ahead.
Councilmember Iyer.
Just a brief correction of my statement. I was referring to the comments by council members here as politicizing the issue, not the issue itself.
Mr. Postma.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to really emphasize is that the whole movement on this, as to the issue in the resolve clause, when you say that the city attorney can't resolve something, that's exactly right. The city attorney, under the charter, does not control the city administrator. And so the issue of leave, I cannot unilaterally impose on the city administrator. That is for you to do. And so that's the only clarification I would have on that. To the extent that there were unresolved issues, that issue can only be resolved here and not by me. So that's important, because all of this is very important to the city attorney's office, or you wouldn't have 4 of us on this call at this time of night, including many who have worked very closely with Mr. Guajardo and have spoken with him, a variety of people. So we will move forward on this. We will move to the outside counsel to get that and to have input on that as you've directed. And that is what I've always told you would happen, and it is happening.
Councilmember Rodino.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to, I think we've at times throughout this discussion, and perhaps for most of it, kind of gone into other realms with this. I want to kind of recenter this around the fact that this is an employee complaint in our city, and one that I think, as we've demonstrated in the past, we as a body take seriously, and want to resolve in a way that is not only ensuring that our staff are safe and protected in their employment, but also that our organization continues to function to benefit our community as a whole. I am also reading the same email that we received, and while I'm not going to get into details, it does not request a specific outcome. It requests a relief, and it doesn't. And there are multiple ways to do that. There are 2 courses. The first that was presented tonight would have been inconsistent with the norms of this body and this organization in the 2 most recent examples we have of investigations into a city administrator that members of this body participated. A majority of this body has enacted both of those. And so this is consistent with practice, and I truly believe demonstrates the seriousness with which we are taking this investigation, while also ensuring a fair investigation and one that protects our staff. I just wanted to kind of recenter this conversation, and hopefully we can vote and move on. I know it's been a late evening.
Further discussion on the main motion? Again, I will say briefly, we have received a workplace complaint. We are treating this complaint seriously with professionalism and expertise. We are doing so in a manner that is consistent with past practice and best practice, consistent with the protection of the complainant, consistent with the performance of an unhindered investigation, and consistent in the manner with having the municipal organization continue to move forward to affect its mission to improve basic services, enhance quality of life. We wake up every day and do that, and I'm grateful for it. And I would also too like to echo my thanks to the attorney's office for a great deal of work on this matter over the course of the past couple, and I'm sure over the next few. It is we ask a lot of you and of staff generally, and you deliver. Well, thank you. Further discussion of the main motion. Roll call vote, please. Starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Amlawi,
Negative.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold, Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
motion carries.
Do we have a closed session today, Mr. Postma?
We do, and Mr. Wilhelm has sent a link for that. And again, I will have him recite the OMA section on the matter because it's his issue tonight.
We have a motion, please, to go into closed session for the purpose of
Discuss the potential acquisition of property pursuant to MCL 15268, paren small d as in David.
Thank you. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion? Roll call vote, please. Start with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Amlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Sure, why not?
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
motion carries.
We're in closed session. About matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. Speakers will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. As a matter of courtesy, that's my in-person speech. Our clerk, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. If there are anyone who would like to speak at public comment, please let us know by entering *9 now. *9 now.
I have 3 callers on the line, but I don't see their hands are raised.
Seeing no one have entered *9, I will conclude that there is no public comment. There is one public comment.
Phone number ending in 556. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. It's late. You're all tired. So am I. But I'm really struggling to understand what just happened. If I heard right, which I may not have, but if I did hear right, there's some question by the complainant here about not trusting the city attorney's office. And I understand you're going to have an independent investigation, but that investigation is going to be managed, at least if I heard right, by the city attorney's office. That seems to me very strange. The same thing goes for having a person left in place. You talk about an integrity of investigation, but I really don't see how that will happen here. Remember, this is from the complainant's perspective, not from yours, not from the city attorney's office. Ms. Radaba and the rest of the city attorney's office may have excellent credentials, but if I heard right, the complainant doesn't trust them. And that's really important here. You're telling all the complainants in the city that these things will be run through the office of the person that they do not trust. And how you can, particularly Ms. Iyer, who has gaslit people who came to her in her own office and told them to go talk to the boss, who was the harasser, how you can say that what's being done here is appropriate. And again, I'm not throwing stones at the city attorney's office. They may have done everything properly here and may continue to do so. But when you've got a complainant that doesn't trust them and says that, and you continue to leave them in charge, you need to be in charge. The same way that you needed to be in charge with the Gelman matter and failed to do that and let the attorneys run the show. You need to step up and run the show yourself in this instance. And again, I'm not casting any aspersions about the attorney's office here, but if I heard right, this just shouldn't be done this way.
30 seconds.
And there's a number of other items that need to be said, but they're not going to fit in 30 seconds. So that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Griswold.
A number of elected officials sent a letter to the Safe House Board, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to have staff provide an update on any communications from the Safe House Board, not tonight, but in the future, regarding improvement plans or accomplishments. And to end on a happy note, I was at the center of the city yesterday, And there were a number of families with children that stopped and did some chalk art, and Councilmember Briggs was there as well, so she witnessed some of this. People that just happened by stopped. They were engaged in this chalk art project. And also the entertainment was excellent. A number of people stopped just to listen to, especially the last singer. There were some international students who walked by, and they, group of probably 6 or 8, they just stopped and listened to the music for a while and then continued on. So I really enjoyed seeing that type of activity, and I look forward to it in the future. Thank you.
Further communications from council. Councilmember Song.
2 things. One, I want to congratulate Library Director Josie Parker on the announcement of her retirement and wish the Board of Trustees the best of luck in finding a replacement for one of the best libraries in the country. Josie Parker is incredible. The other is that for folks who like to go out and about and explore downtown, as well as our historical neighborhoods, the library has posted a walking tour of Ann Arbor's Black neighborhoods. It includes stories and memories of those who lived here. That's in cooperation with the African American Cultural and Historical Museum of Washington County. There's the PDF at download, and it follows some work that that started a couple years back. So I'm really happy to see that being easily accessible for folks. Thanks.
Councilmember Amlani.
I'll make this short, or at least try to, because I know there's at least one colleague who thinks what I have to say isn't worth saying. But I just want to commend Tom Guardo for the bravery and the courage to speak up and bring his concerns to council. And I also want to apologize to him that we failed as leaders tonight in delivering the safeguards and bringing you and others in the organization the protections that you and others deserve. But I am confident that in the end, you and others will be heard, an investigation will be conducted, and the truth of all this will come out. I'm not casting any aspersions, but I know what was done tonight was not right. And I'll continue to stand and fight for what is, and I'm not going anywhere. So thank you.
Further communications from council. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Radina. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned. Mr. Fournier, Ms. Bougee, Mr. Postma, thank you very much.